Hi, I am Chris from Airwindows, and I have an idea. Let's mix stuff using the new tools. Unfortunately, it's going to take me a while to get rolling, and so I'll kind of get right on that. I'm going to be fiddling with things all over the place, but check this out. One of the reasons things are a little different and that I'm working to try to get this all together is I have a new mix-related thing. And it's this. That is a upstairs hallway that I will go to do mix references periodically. So when I go up there, I can talk to the camera while listening to how the mix sounds from basically elsewhere. And you'll also be able to hear the same thing. So yeah, and I am going to be using the new meter plugin, and the working test early version of ConsoleX I'm going to be using does have parametric built into it, but 4 bands instead of 3. So let me fiddle with some of the things I've got here. I know I'm going to want well, one thing is I'm going to want to make myself a cup of coffee, but one thing at a time. I am so often doing many things at a time. In this case, it's going to be a question of trying to do one thing at a time. Also, there is another thing. I'm going to need to set up Reaper to play through multiple different outputs, but I have this thing going on where if I switch to a particular view, this is going to be the view of my control surface when I have that in. But for now, it's going to just be a view of me moving the mouse, I guess. You can do this. Because that is the only output of the mix getting piped through to the stream, where you don't actually hear the output of the mic or the output of the speakers at all. So you can go between like literally raw mix and the upstairs room and here. That should be fun to play with. We will get used to that momentarily. So let me try, I'm going to just sort of try to walk through all the stuff I got to do. For instance, here's chat. We'll bounce over to the display overlay, and I'll set up chat where I can see it. Interesting point, David. What I would say is that it doesn't really, there is no specific number that you should be like mastering to or not. It's what it's doing with the peak energy. And I've said repeatedly that if you have a mix where the top of the mix is not showing the blue dots on meter, indicate the peaks that are doing good and that you don't want to get rid of. If there are a little smaller, like black dots on the RMS/peak meter section above blue dots, you can get away with clipping those off. They're not actually helping you that much. Not all peaks are necessary. You can have peaks that are more than you actually need. Oh, and I seem to have a, I guess I can leave that. No special reason I can't. Let's start setting up Reaper and seeing if I can get that to do what I want. I don't think I'm going to want that though. This is me trying to figure out what I actually want to use, and it's not actually this. Instead, I want to open something else. So let's try. It frustrates me a little bit that like Reaper only allows me to function with something open no matter what it is. I wanted to get into this one. We'll see if it opens. looks like it was using the previous version of Meter, and we're not going to keep that, so instead I'm going to remove it. And everything's all set up differently. So I've got a lot of fixing and changing to do here. That's fine. I can do that. What I'm wondering, however, is, am I getting anything useful out of this? And one quick way to find out. Okay, I hear nothing and you hear nothing. So we're not, well, no, there's nothing there. Never mind. Let me bounce over to something where there is sound. Still, I hear nothing and you hear nothing. So never mind. First things first. ConsoleX, I should say. Let's move this around so that it fills the size of the screen, because I'm going to want to do my work in here. And now it's time to start figuring out how to make sound come out. So maybe let's just go to routing. Routing says outputs for master track. However, none of these outputs actually work. So what can we do? I think it is possible that output 3 and output 4, the way it's currently set up, are my Lavry. Because I have, but first let's see what happens when we do this. And the answer is we don't actually have SWB audio capture operating. So I have to go over into OBS and try to do something with that. Let's see. So first of all, let's click on that. Here's the OBS properties. If I set it to default and then set it back to SWB audio capture, I might be able to make it so that sound is coming through. Oh yeah. Okay, so that's loud full mix output. I might be blasting our head off a little bit with this stuff. We'll see. I might have to work on that a little bit. And the next thing is, can I also use routing to give me my digital out? It's a optical out that's coming off of the back of the Mac, and it's translating. It's a little Rayan converter, and all it's doing is it's USB 3, and it's giving me a optical out, and the optical out is going to the Lavry and my monitors. So I need that to be there. Let's see if output 3 and output 4 are, in fact, the same thing. That worked. Okay. So this is what I must do when making new mixes and getting ready to do them. So the next thing in line, let's make sure that I can see those sends, because I'm going to want the sends. But I think if I, let's see now. Also, let me give you a little preview of the thing I was talking about. So if I go to display mic only, we are now not getting SWB audio capture. And then if I switch to this, I stand corrected. don't mind me, I'm figuring out how all this works. What just happened was I'm watching the output of SWB audio capture, but I have it muted, so you shouldn't have been hearing that part. I might want to remove that from like main cam. Display overlay, you get to see what's on the screen. I didn't see the first Sumad, but I don't know. Depends. Mic only, now you can hear me again. But I can still see this on the screen, so what I'm going to do is remove that. So now we've got SW. Mic only. And it's showing SWB audio capture, but when I play this now, much work to do on all this. Or not, I'll just do what I can, I guess. I was hoping to get a little feedback in how to do this better, because it's for your benefit to have it going through to the outputs properly. So here's the thing. If I go to mic only, you can hear it through my mic, or evaluating this and doing tweaks and adjustments on it, for hearing it essentially in an adjacent room. So I got a little camera up here, and I've got a microphone up in the top corner. The idea is I can use this as a visual example. It's actually quite good. So I'm going to head back down now, and I guess I'll find out later. Live direct audio at the same time. It's also got that it won't be able to post it all. And here we are back again. I clearly have a whole bunch of reverb in this. Sumad, tell me when you found that the music was too loud and you couldn't understand me. Explain to me when that happened. Did it happen when it... like this? Because you're not supposed to be hearing stuff when it looked like this. You weren't supposed to be getting SWB audio when it looked like this. So that's an immediate problem. I guess we'll keep working on that. I can only do the best that I can because I'm not actually getting to hear what's going on stream. sad to say. That is not something I get to do. Only you hear what's going on stream. I am just working within the context of what I'm able to tell. So here's the thing, like, SWB only does this. Mic only does this. And you're supposed to not have SWB on, but it looks like, are you still getting music when I do this? Are you still getting music when I do that? Because I need to make the direct feed shut off under certain circumstances, or this isn't going to work at all. And I'm willing to spend as much time as I need. No, that's not the question. Did it stop the like? Does this make the music not be playing through when I do this? And then back on again. Was I able to make the music stop happening? Did you get silence when I did that? Because I'm looking at this, right? Okay, that is an answer. Herbster has an answer for me. So I think one thing I can do is bring SWB capture back in. We're just trying to get this to work. I wonder whether I can make it play at different volumes. Or indeed, if I can mute it like this. Because what I'm supposed to be able to do, switch between. And this is, in theory, going to switch back and forth between the microphone input and the DI straight from the mix bus. So you'll be getting the direct mix bus, right? But let's set it to upstairs. So is that going back and forth between like live mix bus feed DI to the stream and only a distant microphone that's much quieter? Is it doing that? Because if this doesn't work, I have much more work to do on it. And I can't do the mixing until I solve this. I cannot do the mixing until I have this working properly. Do I have two separate monitoring situations where I can switch using this? Oh, pff. Well, that's because you're getting the hall mic. This is me far away. This is me much closer. This is tricky. I confess this is very tricky. You can see how tricky it is. Can I get an answer for is the DI feed going through properly or not? Maybe I can straight up stop streaming and try doing a recording and listen to that back and see? I can go away for a while and test this because I can't get an answer out of chat. What I'm hearing from Herbster is I can't hear a difference with what you're doing. Only play stop makes the music play or stop. That's not what I want. David Chapman seems to disagree. And the reason I'm having problems with all of this is because when I switch around, display overlay, yeah, it's meant to be. Before 23, I can go to that place and talk into the camera. The question is, when I go to that place and talk into the camera, are you hearing the music coming from downstairs, or are you getting your head taken off with full volume mix bus direct through to the feed? Because I know if I do this, are you getting just the reverb when I do that, or are you also getting the mix bus? Let's try something else. It looks almost like this is flipping on and off the visual display of what is only... Thank you, David. Okay. It looks like this only controls the visual display of what is an audio input, meaning that's totally pointless. Like, I mean, it's an eyeball. I get that it's an eyeball. That's fine. So here's another aspect. We can have this here, and it shows up on this screen. This is learning how to use OBS. I don't usually use OBS as intensely as this. And here's my ATEM audio. With that, my mic wasn't even being displayed and it wasn't going through. And here's mic only. And let's see whether we mute it here. Do I really have to mute SWB audio capture in the audio mixer every time I go and do this? I'm going to be getting it wrong. This is no bueno. This is not looking good at all. Yikes. Well, we shouldn't have silence right now. Fair. Thanks, Herbster. I'm observing exactly that. It is deeply obnoxious. You're right that it's obnoxious. Let's see if I can make an alternate SWB audio capture. Now we have two. In an alternate version, that's supposed to not have that source. We're supposed to not have this source in this one. Let's see if that's even true. Because I've actually removed this from Audio Mixer. The trouble being it's still showing up. Tricky. And there's inactive sources. It's switching back and forth, so in theory I should be able to like what? I'd like to be mixing rather than this, but we're stuck with this for the time being. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless just not being able to experience what I want you to experience with the mix part. So let's see. Did I successfully just make it so that the full crank goes away? Man, that's obnoxious. That's deeply obnoxious. Some of this stuff I can get to work, and OBS is just making things impossible for me. OBS is just destroying all my dreams. Curse it. Curse it to hell. Oh, hang on. Properties and filters. Okay, that's... Saw that coming. Remove that. This is literally claiming to do a thing that I can't. We're trying to... set up mic switching, and audio source volume and mute persists across scenes, so what I'm doing here does actually... And that means that we're just going to remove all of those, and I have to do all of my stuff actively manipulating the mute knobs in SWB. That is, well, in theory, I could also be doing it in Reaper, but that's not terribly helpful. Because what I would really like to be doing is manipulating that in my switcher. Because the switcher is the thing I need to care about here, but whatever. what makes me so mad. Giet mentions what DAW I like. I'm not sure Reaper is easiest, but I do like it. You see it here. In fact, we could probably get into starting to use it. I have a bunch of setup to do. Just saying. So let's try to do some of the things. That's not the thing I meant. If I option click on sends, I can make them go away. And that's kind of what I have in mind right at the moment. And we're just going to kind of soldier on. Here's the thing about ConsoleX. I can work with it in a very primitive sense, but it needs a full GUI thing like with the meter in order to properly be working. I don't have it in an acceptable state right now. Right now, I'm just going to make all of these plugins go away because this is not going to be a Console 7 mix. Instead, it's going to be, well, this is the raw DAW mix, of course. And there are things I'm not going to be able to do here. I've got my itty bitty control surface. That's not the one I'm going to be using for ConsoleX, though. I don't really have it set up for that, so I'm not going to bother. I'm going to do some basic sort of ConsoleX test cruise stuff and be showing meter as part of this. And it's all going to be about hang on. I don't have that in. I only have it in this. Not only that, sub is not actually a thing anymore. I don't know why that's still there. In fact, I'm so concerned about that that I'm going to quit out of Reaper without saving, which is a bad choice of mine. I should not have done that. This is struggling through in one of those things where I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. And I'm just going to do my best. I mean, what else can one do? I can only do my best. So I shouldn't have these here. But on the bright side, it looks like my most recent versions are actually there. What did that say? Did that say May something? What did it say? May 24th. Okay. Does this say the same thing? Yes, it does. I had to switch over to meter for quite a while there. So it all a work in progress. It not rocket science. I'm going to be craving one of my cups of espressos real quickly here at this rate. But I think that means I can go and redo what I just did a whole bunch of, because I just defeated everything that I just did, so I have to do it all over again from scratch. But at least I remember what I did, which is hold down Option and click a bunch of these things because I wanted them all to go away. We're going to rebuild this from scratch. And I'm going to hit save this time. It gave me a chance to save what I had done, and I foolishly threw it away completely. I just completely ignored what I had been hoping to do and threw away all of my progress, although even this is wrong. Let's fix it. So add new hardware output. Since I'm not using my multi-track input, it's not showing me the same things. So now all we got is the SWB output. And the array-in. The array-in is doing, let's see, this. Okay. So that blew everybody's heads off pretty good because I have nothing on the mix bus, so that was just plain distortion. And that's why we need to mix. And I got disrupted by a telephone call coming in that was just a therapist appointment. I have autism. I have to have help for some of my stuff in my life. And I'm completely disrupted. As one does, or as sometimes happens. Sumad is talking about something interesting, though. MIDI controller based on Arduino. I'm currently working to get together I wonder if I can show this. Let me slide windows around like a madman until I get this sorted out. I'm looking to get one of these sent to me. This is the controls of ConsoleX arranged in a more convenient way. And this is basically what you get with ConsoleX. I'm not going to have the faders set up properly at first because I need to write special Reaper code to be able to work with that, because I want them to be affecting faders assigned to groups, and the groups are assigned to colors in the Reaper interface, which I've already got, mind you. The thing that I'm working on at the moment is in fact all color-coded and stuff. I'm thinking I'm going to do it in a different way though, to the point where maybe what I can even do is immediately start with this. And let's set all of those tracks to default color. And then we'll go on what you can call a little fishing expedition as far as finding out what everything even is. And the scroll wheel didn't do what I thought it did, but that's fine. And we need to set up the ConsoleX mix and meter, and then start exploring what actually is in here. Except I might get lost in Reaper's interface and be fussing around with like how plugins work and whether they open windows or not, and whether they switch between different plugins in different plugin windows as you switch tracks and all that kind of stuff. What I'm looking to do is if I have like two guitar tracks, I can set them both to be red and they'll both be controlled by the red fader. That's what I want. I asked on the Reaper forums how to do that, and nobody was able to help me. I asked in the Reaper forums, and I got no useful answers whatsoever, which means I have to go back and ask again. But for now, I do have it confirmed to my satisfaction that my beginning versions of ConsoleX channel and ConsoleX bus are functioning. I just need that interface for them for when they finally come out, because that's unusable. I'm just going to be using it anyway, but it's unusable. So let's see. Master track, add ConsoleX bus. This has some special features, like the high pass and low pass are full range and smoothed, unlike with the channel ones. But all the rest of that is basically the same thing as the channel plugin. You'll be able to go to the master track and select it and switch to all the same controls available on the control surface, but they'll be applying to the master instead, rather than like not being effective. And our friend Meter. So that's what a bunch of the mixing is going to be done on, but for now, I'm going to hide it and start populating all of this, including my reverb sends, of which I have 2. Ah, I see. Here, your scroll wheel zooms around like that, and over here is where you zoom up and down. I'm going to have 2 reverb sends. One of them is big, one of them is small. They're both going to be placeholders because I'm still working on getting the reverbs I was doing last Thursday ready. So I basically have got a lot of setup here. And look, there we go. Here's where we can flip back and forth between things. And so that's going to be useful in its own right. Perhaps more useful if we can make it so that you can see what that's about. So that'll sit next to Meter, but I do actually have to hide it in order to be able to copy these things over. So what I'm going to be doing when I actually have a control surface that I'm willing to use is this. And if I save a mix, like I think I have yet to save it, so now I just have. Little Command S and save. If I go to this, right, and start doing param, and start doing this, learn, and then start modifying stuff around, like setting, using the, not this control surface, but the control surface I'm going to get. I can make this one track be completely set up with all of this different stuff associated with one of the controls on the control surface, assuming that they all have independent values, and they should. There's no reason they wouldn't. It'd be kind of defeating the purpose if they didn't. I'll map all of these things to a control surface just on this first track. And then what I do is, let's see now. Well, maybe it's not option drag. I see an arrow there. Yep, it just moved it. It didn't copy it. When I do a little more of this, I'm going to get more up to speed with the details of all of the key commands and things that you have to remember. I was asked what's easiest to get started in Reaper or Logic. Honestly, Logic's probably easier. GarageBand's probably easier than that. Can Reaper send parameter names via MIDI to the controller? Not to mine, because mine doesn't have any displays or lights on it at all. But I'm pretty sure that you can get it to. I don't know how. But yeah, the thing that I'm going to be doing when I have the control surface stuff ready to go is setting up exactly one to have all of this stuff assigned. It's all going to be on the control surface, with the exception of fader is going to have to be done differently. Although if I can't solve that, I can just make one of those faders be the fader for the channel in question. And that'll be acceptable. I could have one of them be the channel fader and the other one be the bus fader. But once I've finished doing that, all I have to do is drag it across, and it will keep the MIDI assignments. So if I do that, I'll be able to set up all of the tracks with the ConsoleX. And then as you click on different tracks, oh, hang on, I have to actually close this and move this over to do this properly. As I click on the tracks, we're specifying different ones as we go. So there has to be a track selected in order for this to actually work. The reason it jumps around in the screen a little bit there is because not all of these are beginning at the same point. Some of them are beginning later. And then another thing that we're doing, in this case, we are using the effects buses as if they are just more channels coming in on the desk. So here's how we're going to do that. 17 and 18 are mixed buses. So I'm going to set those to a custom color. Let's just set them to black for the time being. That doesn't actually look like a different color. I am sad. What's the matter with that? Alrighty then, rather than calling it black, let's set this to purple. There we go. Yeah, well, one thing about it, Florian, is it's been a while since I've done this, but my hope is that I can do a couple of streams where, or even lots of them, where I'm actively using these tools, because people always want to know how to use them, and there's no better way of doing that than me literally showing. It's just that it's sometimes a labor-intensive, time-consuming process. What in the world is this about? Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Why is that suddenly showing this when it doesn't show it for any of the other ones? Because I don't want that to be there. Can I disarm all? Can I use this to make this stop? Can you stop? Please, please to be stop. Please to be not showing this here. I didn't need that either. Alrighty, what do we got to do to make that not be there? I guess we just dragged it the wrong way. Go figure. Which indicates, okay, already there. Simple as that. Hello, Reaper. Reaper lets you shuffle everything around in all kinds of weird ways. I'm sure I'll be more grateful for that in future. For today, it's irritating to me. Let's set up the bus a little better. For instance, clip only 2 can live on the bus, and it can sit after meter so that I can still see what it's doing. Here's the bus controls. So now if I just hit play, it's not going to distort to the output. I wonder whether I've screwed any other timings or things up. One thing about it, I don't have the reverbs on there anymore. Also, I can probably go through and let's double click on all the pans so that we're starting with them centered, at least for the time being. I don't know if any of these are stereo tracks, because of course I'm going to be panning inside console, so these actually need to be centered. I'm experiencing some of the daunting, but honestly I have actually worked with this a little bit before. So let's see. We're going to do a little more here. I've got reverb channels. And I know that one of the things I'm going to be doing on the reverb channels is decoding and then encoding again. Because I'm treating the reverb channels as if they are just more mixer channels. And that's something that I picked up from watching a video by Chris Lord-Alge. He's working on actual SSL consoles, and he was very excited about that part. Console 9 bus matches Console X. It's not out yet, but it's just the stripped down version, no additional controls, nothing there, just only a pan and a fader, which don't even really need to be there, but they are. So if you have a send from one of the channels, the send is going to hit the decode, it'll then hit the reverb, and then it'll hit another level where it'll be set up to, by default, show you this when you're switching around. I'll make sure that each of those channels are set up to that, because we're going to be tone shaping and or compressing, gating, all of that kind of stuff, the reverbs the same way we're doing the individual tracks. And that's also note that we have the top dB, we have discontinuity in here. And that is a Chris Lord-Algeism, which I think is very useful, because rather than trying to make all of the reverbs do exactly the right tone without paying attention to what they need for the mix, it's going to be a question of, do we want to add like a slight treble air of some kind in a particular way on just only the reverb to accentuate that part of its tone? And that's the kind of thing that we'll be doing there. And let's quickly add a couple of possibilities. I don't think I've done any of these things. Heck, let's do it with 2 different versions of CrunchCode. CrunchCode's come out. I've got that, don't I? Presumably. Looks like it. So with this, we're going to copy that over to both places. We're going to move it until it is in between console 9 bus and console X channel. Let's make sure that works. Come on. There you go. So the sends to these go and hit console 9 bus and then hit the reverbs, which currently happen to be two different variations on Crunch Code. And that's fine. What we'll do is, let's see. How about we not have that floating? Thank you. So 17 and 18. I can kind of start dialing this in, I suppose. Throwing windows all over the place, but that's by definition how this is kind of working. If I have all of these selected, what I can do is create a new send. And we're going to do one of the sends to 17. Then one of the sends to 18. And that did not work. Weird. What's up with that? Well, option click made it go away anyhow. Okay, let's try that again. In Logic, this is fairly simple. In this, maybe not so much. So, sends, add new send. Maybe it's receive that I want. So let's try that. So we're derping around in your basic Reaper. Still without my cup of espresso. Looking at a bunch of windows being thrown all over Hell's Half Acre. And the idea is I've got 1 through 16 selected, and I've got the send area clicked. So it says routing for track 1. Oh, I bet I know. I'm doing it wrong. Here's how you're supposed to do it. Now I'm clicking on the reverb, and the reverb is the thing. It'll be a little fussy, but if I say add receives from all tracks, boom. And even while looking at it here, what I can do is say delete the receive from track 18, because that's another reverb. You could have them feeding into each other, but I choose not to. And same deal. Add receives from all tracks. Scroll down and delete the one from track 17. Now, if I have them all selected, and it's opening my window, but it's always going to do that when I click on it. Now I can adjust the volume of all of these things. He says, and it's an enormous lie, why are you not letting me cut all of those volumes together? I'll tell you why. It's because I'm used to doing that with the control surface. That's why. So the reason this is not working for me is because I'm used to selecting large numbers of tracks and manipulating the amplitude. And look at that. I actually have them all assigned to a control surface. It's just, I'm going to have to fix that in future. But for now, that's what I needed. See how we can boost and cut, and it's intercepting the ones that are not set up properly. I do have my control surface plugged in. I do have it controlling all of them, and I can cut it right down to nothing. Meaning, let's set up some sounds. So I have just the crunch code soloed. have the other one, so load. Although for some reason, oh no, I clicked on that, so I declicked all of these tracks. That's why. Let's go back and fix that. Now all the tracks are selected. Now we're hearing crunch code on track 18, but we're not seeing it because we had to deselect all of that stuff in order to get it to work. But if we click on 18, now we see it. And we're going to de-res it. The newer versions don't click when you go to 0. That one does. And then we have ConsoleX channel ready to work. For both of these. I might have done better to also include a play controls on the control surface that I wanted, but that's fine. Okay, slowly we progress. One of the things that people like Crystal Algae like doing is setting it up so that they've got all of this stuff prearranged, and they just bring new tracks in and drop it into what's effectively a giant hardware template made out of a mixing board and stuff like that. Well, I can make a Reaper template with all of this stuff preset, but right now we're building it from scratch in order to be able to start working through some of these things. And one thing we can do is basically mute everything. We have no reverbs yet. We're not doing a damn thing yet, but what we can do is, as long as we are careful not to click anything, if we click anything, it starts opening windows all over the place, and that's unhelpful. I wonder whether we can... Does not look like clicking on the master channel skips over to FX on the master channel, and that's sad, but we do what we can. So, what's on this first track? A kick. That's a kick. It's one of my modular kicks. It is going to be the Blue Lantern that has its own little decay in it. It's the Asteroid mini synthesizer. It's a kick. Technically, it's not meant to be a kick, but it's totally a kick. And it has one of those 2399 delay chips in it. So what I'm going to do is find out where to click in order to be able to name it. That wasn't it. Or maybe it was, and I'm just confused. Oh, no, wait. That wasn't it. Probably you can click here as long as this isn't in the way. Got there. See, every time I touch this track, it throws a window open violently, but So it goes. And let's move some of this stuff over so that it's framed in the window better. Well, as I can anyway. Lovely. I'm going to drag this constantly opening window way the heck over here because I'm not going to be able to get around it. And now let's see what this one is. Interesting side effect of this is if I have meter on any of these channels, they will take on the name and the color of the selected channel they're on. So let's see. Here is another track. That is my syn bass. In fact, I think that's the only bass in this entire track. Oh, look, I can do it there too. I didn't expect that, but I can. Chord. These, I think, are actually being generated by the modular synthesizer. And that the chord notes, I'm not playing them on a keyboard. The modular is generating them. I'm going to call that peep. Because it kind of goes pip, peep, peep, peep. What have we here? Tambourines. I believe these are actual tambourines. That's a syn hat. All this stuff is going to find its place, and some of it is going to be muted early on to build the meter thing, make the meter thing go. You're going to like the new K Cathedral coming out. I have got it more or less ready to go. I've got a K Cathedral 3 that is even better. I'm not sure I can be playing that by hand. I feel like something else might be causing that to happen. So that's a heavy guitar. It's not played perfectly, but that's fine. We do what we can. Here's something else. Ah, here is a lead sound of mine. I'm probably going to want to accentuate some parts of that and not others. And I'm probably going to want to set it up so that I can see what's being shown here. See, the problem with this interface for ConsoleX, it's overwhelming, exhausting, and it covers up the whole damn screen. What I need to do is make it so that I can manipulate all the controls, ideally off of a control surface, and then also resize it. And I'm doing that, but it's not done yet. This is syn lead. You know, back in the day, there was a guy, Tim Gillies, went by Slipperman, And he spoke quite eloquently about how you have to organize mixes that come in, even though there's only 16 tracks. And some mixes that you might get are even larger than that. Now this sounds kind of like a real kick drum, but it's actually being generated by the modular synthesizer. It's a sample. However, we're going to be reshaping it into a more effective sound. Similarly, that is also a sample. We're going to be reshaping that as well. It's going to get some reverb. It's going to get the full, like, ConsoleX SSL style reshaping of it. And I'm going to be watching Meter for dialing in these sounds. They might be some of the first sounds I try to get, because this is happening quite a lot. A lot is going on with this. And we've got a clap. Is this a stereo clap? It is. So I'm wondering whether I can consolidate these two into one. Well, in order to do that, I have to make them hard left and hard right first. In order to do that, I have to deselect that one. But in doing that, I would like to render them to a stereo stem track and mute the originals. Ooh. I don't want to render those. That might be going through the filtering. I would like to, well, hang on. I wonder to what extent this is going to use those ConsoleX instances. I don't want to run through ConsoleX multiple times. So let's grapple with that a little bit. One thing I can do is just option click those. So now these are dry. And they're in stereo. They're both selected. Can I render the... Doesn't look like I have the stereo mono things. Unless it's under comps or takes. No, I don't think so. So let's try it here. Here we have the vertical stack of tracks there. And these are the ones that I'm going to want. I don't know whether that means that... Hang on. Let's make them both be selected. None of these are selected. And now we got render freeze tracks. I think render is what I want. Render to stereo stem tracks, mute originals, at which point I will then immediately delete the original. Freeze, I think, is going to just include whatever is in the FX, but then make it non-editable. So I don't actually want freeze, I want render, and we're going to see what we get out of there. And it is, in fact, doing its level best. There's the claps, just as predicted. It's doing it for the entire space of the song. And I think I had edited that stuff earlier. Some of these things that have not been crunched into a single... Hi, that looks weird. What's going on here? I don't think that's what I meant to do at all. I shouldn't have two stereo tracks there. That makes no sense. Yeah, but why are it's two stereo tracks, but why did it make two of them rather than one? It was supposed to take the entire pair of those and make them into one. So basically, I think I want to undo that. I'd really like to make this work. I'm just saying. ConsoleX is designed for that as much as it can be submitted, because it creates a stem for each track. That's unfortunate. That's most unfortunate. However, there was a way that I was using before to do this. And it goes a little something like this. Insert a new track. Then, for this, I'm going to want some receives. And it's 11 and 12 I wish to receive. Now, if I mute these and solo this, actually I can't mute them, can I? If I go in here and I do not send master sends, nor do I send this other stuff, we only have the send to track 13. We don't have a master send. And then we go here. This also doesn't have a master send. This also doesn't send to 18 and 19. These are now only sending to this. So you can't hear them by themselves, but they are now sending to one channel, and that's the proper stereo channel. So then if I drag over ConsoleX channel to this one and name this one, I don't know any good way of hiding these, but this works for the time being. So what I've done, consolidate tracks, I don't know anything about them. This is what I've got for today. I've done this before, it does work. It's maybe a little bit cumbersome, but whatever. I'm not going to be able to do better than this today. Let's see if I can set the track to, yep. I'm going to set black for not directly being used. So now these only feed the submix, and the submix is where console channel is on, and that means that I can do any adjustments here and they'll affect both of the sides. And that's what I'm looking for. See, works kind of like this. And it works on both. So that was a bit of heavy lifting, but fine. Claps. So all that was just to get one clap track working, and that's okay. You do what you can. Over to what is in 14. Try me guitar. This is one of the key parts for the sound. My question is, do I have another track that's almost the same? Oh, that's a room track, is what that is. I might not use the room track. I have it. You could use it. I'm not sure I'm going to want to. So here's our guitar. And that's some kind of room track. I'm going to say I don't really like the way that sounds. To the extent where I feel comfortable going later, we're not even going to use it. Everything that I want is going to come out of chimey guitar. I consider that one a failed track. It's not going to do me any good. Over to whatever is going on here. 15. What's 15? It's this bit. Okay. That's my Zox box, making a weird little noise as accentuation. I'm going to call it Zox Meltdown. It doesn't even sync with the song. It's just doing a crazy thing. Okay, I know what that is now. I'm not sure how big it is. All of this has been edited down in the arrangement window in a way where I'm not absolutely certain that's what I want. I think this final one is a lead guitar. That works much better in deep reverb, but this is the dry. It transitions over from syn lead. So if I turn both of those on, here's syn lead, and here's the lead guitar. The way these work, in fact, I'm going to move this around. These go back and forth. This lead sort of transmogrifies into the guitar lead. And it's supposed to sit in a deep reverb, so it blends a little bit. But we're starting to get where we can dial in sounds. And as such, I'm going to put some of these. Let's drag some of these other things around too while we're at it. I know I'm going to want to do a kick and snare. Early on. So I'm going to shift those around here. I'm going to focus on getting it started with syn kick, well, kick snare, syn kick, and syn bass. And then chord and peep chord are also part of how it works. Dirt guitar comes in later. And then there's the leads. Also, chimey guitar is a key part, so I'm going to put that early on too. It's one of the first things you hear. So I'm putting it early in here. And I am not sure if I have a sense of color coding, because it's not going to actually matter at the moment anyway. I really want to get it so that when I'm using ConsoleX properly, I can color code tracks and have a bunch of colors on a control surface like this. And then edit things like all the guitars and rowdy noises are mapped to red. And so if I pull the red fader down, a bunch of things change, and I can adjust them all that way. Chris Lord-Alge was doing that in a video trying to show off SSL stuff. And I thought it was such an interesting way of going about doing things that it was worth studying. Let's do one further thing. There's no reason we can't take these and all they do is route to track 13, which is claps. Reaper's probably going to keep track of all of this stuff for me real nice. So let's have, yep, claps are now track 3. And they're sending to track 3, so it's still good. It's doing all of that stuff for me. Let's get all of the percussion together. Claps, tambourine, kick, snare, and synth hat. Synth lead and lead, and then Zox meltdown at the end. This MIDI controller is a fairly recent Music Thing modular kit, and it was indeed a kit, and I built it. It's a little over $100, and you solder the controls on. One of the neat things about that is that if you had other knobs and things that were also 10K pods, you could just run wires to your own controllers and build your own control surface that way. I'm not going to need to do that because I went and got a fancy one from Realtek that I'm looking forward to immensely. So you can design one for about 10 times the price, maybe a little less than 10 times the price if it's a big one, but they don't quite go up to $1,000. But if you're on a budget, you can use the Music Thing modular kit, build that, and then use your own potentiometers, knobs, perhaps faders if you've got them. I've actually got a lot of faders, but they're not quite the same value as these. I've got a large number of 20K faders. But yeah, the control surfaces is really nice to have for this kind of stuff. So let's see. I could select all of those and turn all of this off. I'm just not. So now we have 14 different tracks because we deleted one and we consolidated the claps into a stereo track. They are labeled. And we're going to fire up meter, drag this over here, hopefully in such a way that I can see all of the things. Might or might not be possible. I'd like to be able to both see these down here because this is how I switch among, and also be able to see the play controls, but maybe I simply can't do that. So I tell you what, let's close all of that for the moment and set up a loop. If we told it to do this and, restrict it just a little bit so that we're not waiting around too long for it. Can I click that, please? No, apparently not. Why can't I click this triangle? Because I wasn't in the right place, that's all. So I just stepped it in a little bit so that things are more represented. Now if I hit play, we're going to have a lot of loud noise, and I'm going to need to start going and editing things using initially the fader control in all of these. So let's get that going. So now we don't have much going on, and that's because we're starting to get things together. Oh, hi there, guitar. That's loud. Now, if I had a better way of doing this, I'd be able to solo and mute stuff more easily. No, they are not. They're essentially pure scheme. that we've got air, fire, stone, we've got compression on everything. And I don't think I have it set to loop, so let's fix that. It should be doing a fairly rough loop. Let's see where it's looping. Okay, we have that end. I would rather dial some of this stuff in. What on earth is that? What are we doing? It doesn't know what it's doing. Okay, let's... Boom. Back we go to trying to make some sense of this stuff. So I want to be able to click mute and solo on a bunch of these things. And I want to get some drum sounds happening. I can make it be too loud, which is fine. Let's mute the dirt guitar for a moment. We just lost the main kick and snare, but that's the synth kick, so let's have a look at that. I don't think I'm going to want to do much louder than this at the moment. But also note that I'm not getting loose spots out of it. It's not optimal. And it keeps peeking in. We keep having it showing up. So we might be getting into the zone of soloing some of these things and investigating them further. I also feel like maybe this is not right without having synth bass is kind of important. So I don't know. I do not know. This is a weird time signature too. No. So let's explore a little bit. What can we do with this kick? What have we got here that seems not right? Well, we have a full Stonefire setup. We probably don't want air on that. I'm also noticing, well, one thing I'm noticing is I bet it is not going to see if I do this, it'll keep looping. Air, fire, stone, and range. And you can't see it yet because I have to move it to where you can. There we go. Covering up the bottom area of the screen, but I'm trying to fit all of this onto the live stream. So if I take all those down, it becomes muted because that's an alternate place that you can do gain staging. So what I'd like to do, now that I've got this repeating, is dial in a little bit of weight for this kick, because this kick could do with being a little bit weightier. However, it doesn't have much. So here's something that I can do. We've got the compression. Compression is a key part to like SSL mixes because it's the main thing that they made available. Our ratio is at full crank, our threshold is at full crank, our attack and release are sort of medium, and the gate's threshold is at 0. Meaning that with the gate it's always on. So let's start fooling with, we have air, fire, and stone, and fire and stone are the ones that have the compression. So we're working with stone, and we bring the threshold down. Faster release, faster attack. What can we make out of this? Now we've got it sustaining a little bit more. Hey, Leander. However, maybe we've got that. We can also even see on meter that we have this little sustain happening, even though it's very faint. And there's a thing we can do about that. Now we have it gated. And we can actually make some of these things match for the time being. But as we increase the release a little bit, now we have a slight decay on this particular drum while still having a real kind of, I mean, that's actually clipping, or at least it's hitting the red lines, which is funny because we don't seem to be clipping the output at all, but whatever it's doing it aggressively. Now let's bring in, not air, because that produces just a kind of hiss. The red lines are in fact too much peak energy. The red lines are apparently saying that that kick drum is actually clipping. What I'm looking to do is dial it in as a blue spot, as I've been talking about with the meter. Here is fire, and we haven't yet done any EQ other than this, so maybe it would be worthwhile. Well, we can bring a little of that in. Range is probably fine. The ratio is probably fine. Let's increase the compression threshold on the fire set. And then the output is above it up there. So we can do that to make a punchy kick drum. Notice that we had a couple of moments there where it was doing something helpful. We're probably going to be able to dial that in better. Oh, damn it. Give me a second. Something fell off. Whatever it was that I heard falling down and landing on the floor can't have been that important because everything is still working. I do have clip only 2 after. You can kind of see it here. It goes ConsoleX bus, meter, clip only 2, and then it's our outputs. So here we are playing with our, here's something else that we can do. We're doing this compression. In fact, this stone part of the signal is getting compressed much harder than the fire part. Let's slow down the attack. Good, good. It's still not too optimal. I'm looking to get those nice spots on there. That will mean that it's balancing correctly. It looks like what it's saying is I don't have enough high frequency energy in there, but I don't think just adding air to it will help. Because it's adding high frequencies. We can see in this middle chart, the slew chart, it's adding the high frequencies in different places in the waveform. I would like the top point, the attack, to be doing what I want. Well, this is literally what I'm trying to do right now, Ben. I'm going to try to balance slew energy right now. So what I'm seeing is that the attacks of this kick drum, they're going up to be quite loud. I'm basically happy with how that's working. I've got all of the dynamic stuff dialed in. And it's a complicated kind of dynamics, but I mean, it's what I've got, so. A little bit of sustain, because I'm working on the kick right now. It's time to get into some of our EQ, because we've done everything else. Firstly, can we have some more bass? Also, we do have this top dB here. And if we start kicking that in, we start getting into a zone where that's sort of your secret weapon for getting it to behave. Because drums are loud. Not necessarily 128 dB loud, but they are loud. Not only that, if I do this, I can push into it. So now that's a more aggressive sounding drum. Also, that should affect the extreme high, so I can bring a little more air into it. And it can't actually get as bright as it did before. So I'll let it have a little more air because now top dB, discontinuity, is suppressing that stuff. And now it's time to start dialing in some frequencies on the parametric. Now when I have the actual mid-July, hopefully I'll have the control surface, and that'll have like joysticks to play with for this. But for now I have to just look up what each of the sliders are. And fool with it like this. So we can do a very low frequency boost. And then there's a resonant frequency up higher that you could see on meter and everything. That's what we're going to call an area of preponderant energy. The dots we're making are really large, But that doesn't mean that this is the frequency we want it to hit at. We're deciding what frequency we want this kick to hit. Also, this makes it wider, and this makes it narrower. Yeah, this is just default Reaper sliders. You should see my sliders. They're even fancier. And I'm bringing it back until it has a hint of the feeling I was creating with that boost without it completely dominating the sound. I don't want it to overwhelm the tone of this because I'm going to be dealing with some of the tone of it in a different way. We're going to take away some of the lower mid-ranges that make it sound kind of boxy. By first finding those lower mid-range frequencies like this. If we suck them out completely, we do this with it. I'm noticing I'm hearing a little bit more of the lower stuff without removing those low mids as much as they are. And then as we start idealizing the sound by taking away those low mids, some of the bass goes away so I can add it back. Remembering, of course, that I have gating also happening on this with a threshold and a ratio and a sustain and a release. So I've got sort of fire and stone independently gated. So if I increase bass like this, I can also take it out using the gate, like this. Or use the gain to let it sustain a lot, like this. So I'm going to do something kind of like that, and then I'm going to pull the bass back a little bit again. You'll notice that as I get it closer to what would sound nice, it's starting to naturally show some of those dots that I want. But they're mostly in terms of loudness because it is a loud sound. They're not big dots in terms of ideal balance here. You can also see that with the RMS meter is now making it be an incredibly loud bass. I can even pull that master fader back down a little bit. Also, we have our reverbs. So we can play with a little bit of that. The reverbs at least are on a controller. For the real controller that I get, there's a couple of controls up in the top that I've dedicated to reverb for whatever track it is. And I'll just figure out how I want that to be. But we're not done because we've got high mids and treble to play with as well. So let's see. Do we want to add treble or do we want to take it away? We probably want to take away high mid though. Let's see. That's aggressive. We can do a terrific basketball. That's a basketball. And Reso makes me tighten it up so that it's an even sharper click. Reso is effectively a Q value control that works kind of like the SSL ones do. And that means it's always pretty tight, but as you turn it up or move it from left to right, it'll actually get wider. And that counts as turning it up because you're allowing more sound through rather than turning it down and tightening it into a narrower band. Effectively, both the gain and the reso mean to the right you get more and louder and broader, whereas to the left it's either quieter or tighter, which works kind of like quieter. Full 80s. Crunch coat for the win. Same thing, but this time there's a snare here. We're hearing both of them at the same time because I don't always want to just isolate things and work on them one at a time. I'm only doing that because I just got started. I haven't even made a cup of coffee or anything, and we're seeing what we can make happen. Snare is already looking okay from the starters. So let's see, first of all, here are the components of what the snare is. Air, fire, stone. I can probably give it some weight this way. Like that. Sumed. The equalizer in ConsoleX is parallel to the compressors. There are two compressors. Fire and stone are independently compressed. It's multiband. They're parallel. The EQ, the parametric, is also parallel to the compressors. That's not normal, I just did it because it's better. So let's see, what can we do here? We can 80size it a little bit. We could also, high pass and low pass are distributed throughout the entire plugin, so they can be used. For instance, here's our kick. That's now being used as anti-aliasing. because it's a set of filters that are being applied, but they can be used as anti-aliasing. The low pass can be just by sort of cracking it on, and then it's going to get used, but well, let's do some of this other stuff too. We're not using the gate for this one. No real reason to. I don't think we have any bass in the snare. Oh, I stand corrected. We can add a bit of a fundamental to the snare like this by adding just a bit of bass. This is ConsoleX, you'll see. I don't see much useful to do in the low mid. And although I'm dialing that in by ear, you see that it's starting to show the sounds I'm going for in terms of we've got these cute little blue dots now. And by comparison, this is the raw snare. Turned it into this. I don't know if I'm going to need more in the way of air. We can find out. Air is also parallel to everything else. Lots of this stuff is routed in parallel. It's unusual. Treble. Maybe I can take down some of the 80s-ness of this. Firstly, we can go and find it. Yeah, see, when you have too much snariness to it, you start losing everything. See, it's just all red dots. This is too bright. This is not a good sound, but we can subtract it almost an arbitrary amount, and it just helps. So we're going to take that out. We're going to ramp up the low pass a little bit more because I wanted it that way, and because you'll see Syn hat is in fact on. There it is. It's a little unusual. It's not doing a normal thing. Some of this stuff kind of works on the trust me realm. So I'm going to move some of this stuff around appropriately. Here's our hat. Our hat is a little louder, but you'll notice that we haven't even got any other instruments going on. All of this is probably going to need to come down in volume to make room for other stuff, but it's being spared. It's got that sort of 80s sparseness going on, where you could fit other stuff in here. It's not taking up a lot of RMS volume. Hang on. Snare. We can throw a little bit of verb on there. And while we're at it, over to the verb, and we'll low pass it. There. Back to the snare, and pull it back just a little bit. Boom. Now we've got a little reverb, and we've got the reverb slightly shaped. Let's add more kick too. And then back to this weird little hat, which is doing a strange thing, but it's meant to. And what have we got? Firstly, the main balances of it. Here's the fire section. So that actually works fairly well. Or if we were going to try to get it out of air, bypassing the compression completely. Here's just the top of it, and you can see that we can make it too bright using this. The stuff on the meter over here says, you've now made it too bright. In fact, a fair bit of this is excessively bright. And some of that is brightness, and some of that is simply loudness. But it does tell me that I might want to be using this hat out of fire. Stone is going to be almost useless for this because it's a hi-hat. It does work kind of like a crossover. It's just not completely like a crossover. And if I was to try to do that hi-hat using only stone, I mean, it's okay, it's just kind of dark. We can make an interesting sound out of it that way. However, fire is more likely to give me sort of my aggressive, like, here's a hat that's doing something. So I'm going to set it in a relatively natural zone. I've got it this loud just so that I can be sure I can hear it. However, another thing we can do is focus in on it all by itself, just to hear what that's doing. So again, the difference between stone and fire is this. Stone gives me this texture. Air gives me this texture. We're really capable of getting super highs coming out there. So if I wanted to hide a hi-hat where it was doing a lot of stuff, but stayed real, like if I was trying to fill in this range, where you've just got 100% sparkle, that's what this is showing me, is that it's giving me just the high frequency detail and doing almost nothing else. Or fire is also letting me do that. And I can probably set it up using these red dots to stay within its lane. I'm also kind of interested in how evenly I can balance it this way. And then none of these parametrics are going to do a damn thing other than the treble most likely, so I can see whether I can do anything useful there. Well, I can make the high frequency dots sit higher than that. Or we can use it to cut. If we cut real high, we're taking away some of that shimmeriness and sitting it back a little bit in the sound. And that ought to do fairly well. I'm going to pull the fader back a hair. And now we have a hi-hat that is filling in those red dots in this drum beat. Whole thing to fit with this bass, so it's time to play with the bass a little bit, I think. I think we can low pass it a lot. And we don't need air for this. Let's hear what it has with Fire and Stone. Make the Stone band interact with this synth bass tone in a way where it's got a kind of snarl to it. Because that's what the Kalman filter does. If these are very close together volume-wise, it's not going to have any of that funny artifact. But if we set it up with Stone only and it's certain kinds of sounds and we adjust the range just right, we get a funny sort of artifact happening, and that's what I see here. And then Fire is our mid-range, which is going to clarify it. And I don't really need to care about air because none of this bass sound is going to be high frequency enough to care. Could also do is get into some compression. So let's try this. We're going to leave the attacks and releases pretty much neutral, not worry about gating, I don't think, because this is such a legato sound that I'm not worried about gating. But then if I have it heavily compressed, pump the output a lot more. And you can hear some of the attacks poking out. The body of it is compressed so hard that when we slow the attacks, the front of the attack pokes through, and that's what I want to see. Highs in the Fire section more because they will tend to poke out in that way. And then of course when we're down here, this is all parallel to the compression. bring a little more low mid in here as well. Oh, that's loud. So we know that's where some of its preponderant entry is coming, so now it starts getting cool because now we have reverb, so that snarly stuff peeks through in an interesting way. So Leander asks, low frequency sources, should they be aimed to create green dots? Not necessarily. If I can get them to show up as red dots, that means they're going to be more sonorous and intense sounding, which I generally like. Usually if you're not having a lot of high frequencies, you don't have to work to create the green dots. They are the sound of lots of bass and not much mid-range or articulation. Some of what I'm doing with this is trying to make these sounds all just kind of leap forwards in various ways, like different overtones, different bits of the noise are jumping forwards and attacking you. The crackle on that bass synthesizer I'm accentuating this way. Also, I have not used Top dB for everything yet. We've got Top dB on the kick, but not the snare yet. Quite a bit darker doing that. So that's brighter. I'm just kind of fiddling with various things as I see fit to voice it. Notice that I'm taking Top dB way down with the hat. I don't want it to necessarily sound like it is this super loud thing off in the distance. We're actually making the hat sound quieter. Because it's not as loud of a sound, it's just balancing. I can go to master, but that's fine. Master will sit the way it is for the time being. And syn bass also could do with coming across as louder. And our deep reverb also is running ConsoleX channel, so our deep reverb also gets stuff like Top dB. And these filters. See, there's a high mid boost just on the deep reverb. That's the kind of stuff that Chris Lord-Alge is doing when he's working on a real SSL desk and running all of his reverbs in parallel into the desk in a way where he can do this kind of stuff with it. I've got a special little high mid boost just on the reverb alone. And we'll also throw a low pass on just the reverb alone, and just the reverb alone has its own discontinuity top dB setting. That's just 4 elements, and yet it's already, well, 5 if you count, 6 if you count all of the reverbs. But it's just a few elements all doing their job, and we haven't even brought in some of the other things. For instance, try my guitar. That's going to actually be quite a bit quieter. Probably not going to do much in the way of Stonefire. Let's see what Stone's even doing with this sound. Not much. Fire, on the other hand, is going to be more advantageous. And I think that one's going to want some of our compression. I think. One of the things about having them in pairs like that is you can move it together, and then the multi-band compression will work basically together. Considerably slower attack. And in this case, let's take the ratio down a little bit. And now we try to do the high frequencies of this sound to accentuate the sort of aura coming off of it. There it is. Where's a nice place for that to sit? That sort of late period Pink Floyd thing where there's just a lot of overtone. I'm thinking like Animals. I'm looking for areas where seems to project, and it seems to be working fairly well because where everything is showing up, with some exceptions. Hold those hats back a little bit. And I'm sure, of course, remembering that when I'm dealing with bright, shiny guitars like this, and doing things like making them shinier like this, top dB is very important. There's going to be an exact setting on this, and it's not going to be super high like this. going to be around 114 for really pushing it, which is what we're doing. I'm trying to watch to see where some of these spikes are coming from, because I don't think they're the guitar. Down as I add more things. I shouldn't really want the drums to be spiking up this high. This is more percussive impact than I really honestly need from them. Reverb on the guitar. Hey, Mount West. Hey, you might have just joined in time for me to run off and get an espresso, because I haven't made any coffee this morning. I've just been too busy doing this. So as long as we're focusing on this guitar, can we add any lows in a way that'll make it a little bit warmer and chimier? Let's accentuate it a lot. More reso. The important thing about these little boosts is that they're parallel to the compression, and that's important. Hopefully this can get a little more clarity and articulation, making the guitar sound like it's a fancy pants guitar rather than some cheap and cheerful guitar like this. This is what the raw signal is like. So we do this. Air is going to help here. And I'll tell you why. Air runs parallel around the compression and the parametric. It's a way of adding just a little bit of clarity in top end, so it helps define the very top of the track. The difference between zero and low pass. And not quite low pass. While we're at it, more air on the synth hat while we're at it. I think the position of chimey guitar is okay. Maybe it needs to be as we can sit it in various places. That's not bad. that we were hearing a lot more out of the synth bass than before. But this is also where chord starts doing something more interesting. So we're going to maybe pull back a hair of the bass boost that we have in there because it became really heavy for a moment. This do something nice. Again, I feel like bass ended up too heavy. Several things about that. One of them is that our attack speed being higher the attack speed on the compression for the kick drum has a profound effect on how it hits. Meanwhile, back into our usual thing. Actually helps doing it this way. I don't know if I need to do anything compression-wise or gain-wise with this. Good gate though. I don't know. Depends upon whether there's actual background noise in there that I would like to remove. It is going to want some reverb. I think it's going to be parametrics for this one. The way that I'm manipulating that little synthesizer chord more and more by building it up out of a series of resonances. We've just got a lot of boosts in the parametric here. But they're tightly defined boosts, so it acts a little bit like my old Resi flute plugin. That's for a good reason. And because I have it so intensified, I can kind of vary it in the mix a little bit. I wanted to be able to hear what it was doing real clearly, but I don't want it to poke out that much. Because I'm burying it in the mix, I'm using its top dB and dialing it down from the default of 105. Because I would like those notes to sort of poke out with clarity, even though they're quiet, and be pretty clearly heard as it goes. Synth bass is supposed to come off a lot louder, although I feel that may be exaggerated a bit. And this is probably a fine time to do a couple of things, but the first thing I'm going to do is what is slightly cumbersome. So now you're hearing it only through the mic, and I'm going to go upstairs to the upstairs listening position, and we're going to take a moment to hear what we've got up there. So I've got this set up properly. You're only hearing the speakers through all this acoustic space. And I'm going to take a moment and listen to what it actually sounds like, although I've been suppressing the volume of it so much that it's not actually super loud. So I'm going to stop talking and listen for a second, and so can you. It's real easy to hear that guitar. That guitar is not having a problem making itself heard. I don't hear the hat at all. And I'm basically okay with where the bass is at. Although the kick drum is kind of thumpy. The thumpiness of the kick drum means that that thumpness of it seems to be separating itself out from the kick and turning it into its own sound, and I think I would like it to be a little more integrated. I'm happy with the depth of that bass note though, and that'll do for now, but that's what I'm doing up here, is listening to this part. And back to letting you hear the output. a little bit. Actually, I'm not sure if synth bass is in this section. There might be a reason I can't hear the synth hat. It's because it's not here. Go figure. Let's have a little more fun. Let's go find dirt guitar. said, I think I'm missing some percussion. We don't have synth here, but what else do we have? Tambourine? Yep, we got some tambourine. And the claps, Haven't even done anything with the claps. Let's see what we've got with this tambour. So that's going to fill in some of our red dots. Again, with some of these sounds, I don't even need to go looking for a stone because it's not actually going to be relevant. But what I can do is take away stone. If I have it at full range, then it's full range. Fire is the compression. And I'm accentuating the beat of it. With threshold. See? Only that it is poking out. So I can control how the tambourine sits, whether it's just that impact a little bit more, whether it's by threshold and compression. Takes up a lot more space here, but the more I compress it, the more just the beginning hit of the attack comes out. So I'm going to shoot for some of that. And use air, which is parallel to the compression, for realism. I'm just fiddling with range to act as a kind of high pass. I mean, I have a high pass. It's high pass. You can't really hear it doing anything because this is not a bassy sound. It's such a non-bassy sound, you can use the low pass to cut it out completely. Also, top dB matters here. You can make it be flatter by increasing top dB because the tambourine is actually a really loud instrument. Like I've got one behind me. Check this out. It's probably the same timbre line, so I can literally in the back of the room and it just blows up the mic completely. It's a loud instrument. And then let's just accentuate the tambourine by pulling out that treble range and finding somewhere that's a nice little boost that makes it sound like a tambourine so that I can turn everything else down quite a bit. Too low. shortly. Starting with here. Where are those claps? Surely they are going to appear somewhere. There it is. There's our claps. Oh, do we not have sends? We don't have sends on this yet. So what do we do in order to make sense? And another. Okay, so here's our claps. Here's meter back in its proper place. And back into a little more focus on how this stuff is done. Air. Fire. Stone. So that'll probably do a decent job of clap filling in. I'm not sure I need to worry about it's our reverb right there. It has much sustain on it apparently. And I'm probably just going to think in terms of frequencies, like that feels like an obnoxious treble frequency. We can take that out. That seems like a good place for the claps to hit in the mid-range. So we add a little punch there. We're not going to have any bass at all. Low mids? I don't know. Let's find out. And lastly, top dB. We actually don't want to behave as if claps are incredibly, incredibly loud because I want it to be more subliminal. So we're going to try top dB at a much lower setting this time. Drop it right down, and let's find it in the track. but everything seems to be sort of, everything except for the leads are still there. The leads of the aux meltdown. But we don't have the chord yet. This is peep chord. So let's get that to do something useful. Seems like I can even make it as a balance out of air and fire. I wonder if compression will help. There's a bunch of compression. Faster attack means that it's going to cut off more of that hit. It'll be less bassy of a hit. One thing I'm noticing now that I've got that bit dialed in the way that I like to hear it, we've got little tiny blue dots showing up on the attacks, which is kind of cool. They didn't plan it that way. This is not likely to be a super loud sound, so remember, top dB for stuff that's got to be like loud and squished, that can be turned up a lot, but for stuff that is a quiet little sound peeking through the mix, top dB goes low. Almost to the point of arbitrarily low. I could even have it poking through the side like that, because it's going to be fairly quiet as we go. Whoop. Here we are rather loud. Oh, feels a little bit like a telephone now. I like that peak being there. That's nice. And can I do anything interesting with the bass end of that thump as it starts to hit? Yeah, I found a slightly annoying area in the bass and I took it away. And we're going to make this big chord go quite a bit away. haven't done synth kick, have we? We certainly have not. Let's find an area where it's busy. Here's synth kick. It gets involved in a lot of stuff. We've got it in several places, but this is where it starts. Have I got it looping effectively? Yeah, that's fine. So I can use Stonefire to accentuate some of the weirdness out of it. Can give it a little more character. We're compressing it much harder. And have a really sharp attack on fire. We're doing a real opposite thing here. Fire is incredibly fast attack and slow release, and stone is a slower attack and a fast release. Because I'm trying to put the right sort of thwump on the attack of it. At which point we're probably going to jump over to, and I'm using a little bit of air to define it because it's got an interesting top end. Let's start playing with our parametrics. Also maybe put it somewhere I'm using in the and I'm going to allow it to come across as a loud sound because it is pretty grungy and distracting. That's a nice top. Just less of it. It's overly typewritery. Also, I hear obnoxious high frequencies. What can I do with that? We can do that. Now it sounds a little more lower mid-rangey. And lastly, can we do anything amusing with the lows, the bass, without becoming just obnoxious? Well, we can make it loudly resonate. I'm not sure if that's useful. We can sure find the of it. Tighten the reso enough. And we can put a real front on that. Without it becoming too obnoxious. And I'm going to let it poke into the high reverb a little bit, the ambient. And having done that, we put the whole track back. This is a fine time for me, before we've actually got all of the, we don't have any of the leads yet, but I wanted to make a cup of coffee and it's 12:13 p.m. It's arguably later than it should be for me making cups of coffee, so what I'm going to do is put the whole thing on loop. Go off and make my cup of coffee. Back in a bit. what I was hearing while I was away making my espresso after having spent the entire morning mixing away like a madman without even having any espresso. So let's see if we can get this thing actually finished. I got the rest of the afternoon to do it. Why not? So here's a number of things that are going on. Firstly, that reverb is sustaining too long, but that's easily fixed. Secondly, I was hearing the claps, but I wasn't hearing as much of the snare. The clanginess on chimey guitar is a little bit strong. Dirt guitar is definitely very loud, but that's not necessarily wrong. And I completely forgot about Zox Meltdown. So maybe it would be fun to go in and have a look at some of those things, knowing that they are there. In particular, Zox Meltdown lives here. Oh, and like I was saying, we'll get that going again. Let's throw that into the one that's too sustaining. Not that we're necessarily going to keep this, because I do want to make other reverbs to replace it, but for the time being, okay, so here's our Zox. It's going to stop for a moment each time, unless I reposition it. No, that's not too big of a pause to make a problem, it's fine. Here's my Zox box. Now, what might be good to do with that? So if you do only stone, we can get some of those things to poke out more. Or not. And we could compress, and we could gate. I would like these qualities. To that to be compressed, but in such a way that it pokes out. So attack longer for this as well. Release a little bit quicker to just highlight it. Because when I bring fire back in, it'll mask that to some extent. I just wanted to do a certain thing. thing about air on this sound is that it has a nice tone way up there. And I would like it to carry top end in such a way. Like, as it comes in, it's sort of the final meltdown noise. So I would like to come in as a sort of weird dislocating element. In fact, I wonder whether I might want it to come in at only one side. Also, it is important that this one not be set to too high of a top dB, because it needs to kind of come in alongside everything else rather than blending with it. High recording volumes tend to make stuff blend and merge. This needs to sit very much in its own place. So let's, first of all, let me have this playing more constantly, thank you. There we go. So now that's going to be playing more constantly. Let's play with some of these sounds. I'm finding a low note in the bass that is poking out interestingly. And fiddling with compression behaviors to see if I can make a sort of pop on the beginning of it happen. Can we do anything to make the low mid-range feel interesting? That one, maybe not as much. What about high mids? Again, as you start bringing those little resonances in around the compression, it goes from this to this. So it got it peeking out in an interesting way. Remembering, of course, that these parametrics are parallel to the compression, so I get to peak the actual overtones of the sound out over the saturated, compressed, manipulated version of it. I wonder if I can do something with gating. Let's play with doing something with gating. Like if we have a really abrupt gate, what happens? The trouble with this is that although there are spikes on the beginnings of these notes, it's too legato. We could do this. It's kind of crazy. Let's see if we can get a setup where it seems nice. Speeding up the release a hair. So this would be nice for somebody who is doing like your acid techno kind of stuff. Just being able to reach into a sound like this. And we're doing sort of percussive things. So that's cool. I'm reasonably happy with that. That's neat. Haven't even touched treble yet. What happens with treble? Well, we can spotlight those noises is what we can do. So you could almost do that all by itself. And having sorted that out, let's get into some of these things. Because we have yet to do a thing about any of the leads. So let's go and deal with some of the leads, shall we? Here's the area where the leads happen. We have their volumes at literally 0. So if I want to have that be a lead that's probably sitting in a lot of reverb, we could start with the reverb. Hey, sweeter. Might or might not want to be doing much in the way of compression on these, though. Like if we did, we got something like this. The thing about compression is it's very cumulative. We haven't even started trying to do any of it on the master bus yet, and that might be something to add to this, because the whole combination of everything could be a little sort of springier. And here's our lead. I'm going to voice this one so that the body of it sits in stone and then the overtones sit in fire. And we can balance it using the compression like this. Slowing down the attack to get more of the articulation, more of the sounds happening. And we're going to be bouncing back to the... Oh, and of course, not to forget that reverb. And back we go to syn lead. I'm finding a good treble resonance here. Don't need to worry about bass. Probably don't need to worry about low mid. Just a little low mid pokes through. Now high mid. I'm setting a really wide resonance in high mid, turning it up to cover as many basses as possible, because this is where it's going to poke out on things like phones and whatever. This is where we get our kind of vocal resonance, our sonority. Over to the guitar again. The area we don't want. So we're doing the treble cut there. dial it back. That's a tape edit in the DAW. Back over to SynLead. I also want to keep an eye out for... I feel like all of my frequencies here are tending to go in that direction. This is something that happened to Jimmy Page doing Achilles' Last Stand, is all of his guitars ended up on the too bright side. I feel like that's happening to me too, so I wonder. But TopDB should help me there. Because we can use TopDB to smush everything really flat. This is also on the quiet side. And I do have to wonder to what extent could I be pulling back some of the highs of this, because it feels like I'm not hitting enough of those. The blue dots denote sonority, and I seem to be missing that. There's the guitar. I'm already cutting highs. What more can I even do? Well, we can low pass the heck out of it, but that's not actually that helpful. Here's the problem with having closely mic'd guitars. Might just be a thing. Where it proves difficult for me to do. Or maybe I shouldn't even be... So here's the thing. In doing this, I'm basically trying to voice it so that I have those moments of sonority that are the blue dots. But the guitar part is towards the end, so it might serve the functional role of something like a tambourine coming in, where the rest of the mix is relatively bassy and chilled, but then when the leads come in, and especially when the guitar comes in, all of a sudden there's this high frequency energy everywhere. And it's not actually happening at a volume level that is so high that it's going to overwhelm everything. So let's just see what we've got when we throw it in. Some of these things a little too high and then throw in some compression in the master bus. we've got a little more to do regarding. Here's our master bus. See? We can do stuff like this. This is for the electronic music folks. We want to do stuff like that on the master. But what we can do here, without getting too much into all this, because this is being applied on the master, and most of that we want to leave alone. We do not want to do weird, crazy, heavy things on the master bus. What we want to do is just a bit of compression, maybe. Let's see what we can do. Firstly, let's check out Fire on the master bus. So here's our lows on the master bus. And we can single out some of just the kicks and things. Here's the body of our snare. So if we were to be doing compression, there is how the and release speed is very important on this particular one, because the speed at which it springs back is going to have a great deal of importance. Also, we might want a really fast attack since we're on the master bus. Or perhaps not. So now that we've got compression happening, we're squishing things together pretty effectively. Slow fires attack and release down way past stone to try to get a more punchy low end happening. It's going to loop back again to the beginning. One of the things that we're going to be doing is boosting fire and stone, since we have now compressed it and we're now nowhere near top volume. And remember, we have top dB on the master bus as well. Discontinuity lives on the master bus as well. The thing is that we don't necessarily want to squish the whole thing flat. We just want to find a sweet spot. So now what we've done with our compression is we have stuff really clamped down a whole bunch, but we're seeing our energy sitting where it needs to be. At this point we use ratio to let stuff come back out again. Drum sounds that are right up at the top where they're supposed to be. We do have a couple of clips, but that's fine. down and still got loads of impact, and our drum beats are not poking out more than, there shouldn't be more than 6 dB out, I don't think. Why do I not like these claps? Let's look at the back a bit. Oh, maybe I know. Air. Yeah, that's better. That thing again. I'm going to turn it up a bit. And I am going to head upstairs and listen to what the thing is doing, like right now. Over that upstairs, the upstairs camera. This is starting to feel like the way I want it, and balance out the way I want it, although I haven't really got it dialed in for the So this is the overall microphones, but this is upstairs. And here we are. Hopefully I did that right. That's a low note. I was wondering whether I needed to boost that bass, but maybe not. So that bit has to hit like a wall. I'm fairly happy with how the guitars are sitting. Although chimey could actually be brighter again. I toned it down, but I toned it down a little more than I needed. Also, I can't really hear the high percussion as much as I thought I would. I can't hear the reverb either. That guitar seems okay. Bright as it is. I should start headbanging if this is good. I don't hear any of the synthesizer chords. I don't hear any of that stuff anymore. And it would be useful to have a little bit of it. It's all guitar land now. So maybe a little more high percussion, more like mid-range in that synth bass, because it's just doing the low note now. And those synthesizer keyboard things were perfectly fine, and they could fill in a little more space rather than having the guitars dominate everything so much, because it's so guitar oriented now. And the socks. Okay, that was cool. That was interesting. Let's go and do some of those changes. Here's the track back. healing up the attack. There's gating for you. I can gate it. But it may be a little too much. So that's Zox meltdown in there. So I guess we're going to loop over that a little bit. Little guitar. So that was cut off substantially. Let's try it again. By contrast, without any gating, because now I have that lead gated heavily, without any gating it does this. Actually, that's not that wildly different. That said, I want that lead gated because it's hissy. Heck, even sing lead maybe. We're just not going to have to release too fast. Or we could have him super choppy. Shall we try that? Heavy gating. Lead. Too much gating. This is also part of how you get that SSL big console sound. Is there was a gate on every channel of an SSL. That's why there's a gate on this. Speaking of which, we can clean some of these things up, knowing that there's a gate on everything, and that we're not necessarily using it all the time. So if we gated that chord, so now we've got the gating happening on this in a way that's making it a little more staccato, but it's also cleaning up the background noise very subtly. And that's the thing that you can do. And I'm also wondering why I'm not hearing that synth hat. Let's go in search of synth hat. That should be showing up for some of this. Here. Oh yeah, we could make this a lot louder. Actually playing an interesting thing. So let's go back to the full mix again. Okay, now we have our hat probably louder than it needs to be. We had it here. Successfully doing is making lots of stuff happen in the highs, and all of these spikes tend to be within the limit of how bright you can push it, with a couple of exceptions. A couple of these are excessive. Bright little hat poke out literally exactly the side, but have it be so quiet that it's hopefully not too obnoxious. It'll make things seem a little wider. Similarly, we've got peep chord. Sorry about that. one thing that I can do is kill the DI so that you can literally hear it, because now you're hearing it at the volume I'm hearing it. During the louder section, you're basically getting all of the above, so that's a little intense. Now that I think about it, and I remember what that Zox is going to do, let's revisit that. There's the Zox. So if I do that, that Zox is now completely dry. We're trying for a sort of sonic meltdown thing. And I think again. I'm debating whether that Zox, as dry as it is, should act like it's a quiet sound, overwhelming everything, or act like it's a super loud sound. Let's play with it a little bit and see. If I dial it back just a bit, the top edge of it goes off. Put it back here. So it's playing a little riff. You keep cycling. And that's like the final endpoint. Where everything goes crazy. And then if I pull the volume of it, because I gave it a lot of volume just then, if I pull the volume of it back in here, it adds itself to the guitar solo. And that seems like probably a good level. I wanted that syn bass to be a little bit clearer. We're starting to get into the right area though. I want this top 6 dB to be where it lights up. We're going to dial back the top dB on the syn bass a little bit. It's getting a little buried. Reset. And what I'm going to do is head back upstairs to my listening position. And at my listening position, let's hear how this comes together now. Here we are again. Okay, I've gone thoroughly back to where the snare is now loud and the claps are quiet. Earlier, the snare was too quiet and the claps were too loud. I'm pretty happy with how the bass and rhythm guitar are sitting together. It's pretty important for the bass low notes to hit this hard on this section because this is like your reggae section. Not really, but changing, you know, like rush style reggae section. And that's probably about as hard as I can hit that return. I'm listening to see whether I can hear that synthesizer hi-hat, which plays unusual things. I think I can. Snare definitely louder than it has to be. It could have more reverb on it. It feels dry, and I don't feel the claps anymore. So let's go quickly fix that. Here we are again. tends to rise going blue into this section, which it is not quite doing, partly because it's going brighter than it should. Suggesting that in that section I could have less happening. On the bass than I need. So that's looking promising. What I'm shooting for is having this thing come in, be doing all of this stuff, and I want it to rise to the final, oh yeah, so the exciting part stopped, basically. It goes up to this boost. You're going to love the video for this, by the way. I'm going to surprise people with the video more in a little bit. I have rather special footage to accompany all of this with, and associated with the title of Cliff Diver, but not Cliff Diver exactly. And I'm going to say that getting to an AE is as much as I can expect from this particular track, but I don't necessarily even want to go to like full, well, I haven't actually checked it on the, I do wonder whether I can do any adjustments with the reverb on the drums and things, though, because I remember feeling like it didn't have, like at this point, the amount of top end that we have requires fairly careful handling, because I can throw off stuff in the end. You know, like I said, if you do too much loudinating and then you end up making it crash because you oversaturate going into the final bit. So let's give this another try. I should be able to hear like this reverb, which is the close reverb. See this one, which is not actually doing any deres at all. And maybe I'll dial back its regen a little bit, but this is time to hear what I can do with this tighter reverb, which is on, I believe, the snare quite a bit. I added a bunch of it to the snare. Actually, I can tell exactly what's on it. Check it out. It's easy. This is the tighter reverb. That's a little more like what I had in mind, but see, now we're monitoring only the tighter reverb, and we're apparently doing nothing with any of this, so let's have it adding a little bit of air. It's actually it's adding a decent amount, but not very loudly, and that's cool. So let's use it to add let's compress it. Check this out. And we're going to use only the one band. Oh, lovely. Listen to how much nicer that sounds than this. All the attack and releases as fast as they get, except for no. Perfect. Lovely. And then a little bit less regen makes it gate just a bit. And then do I have a better choice than select 5 for this, I wonder? That's not better. Nah, I think 5 does it. And having done that, like I'm constantly hearing that reverb now. That's not right. Give it a little more air. Poking through this reverb. Oh wait, that doesn't do anything on that setting, does it? Hang on. Fix that. There we are. So that synth reverb is now poking through the reverb that I mostly have doing cool stuff on the snare. A little bit more, but mostly it's on the snare. Also, tell you what, and then we don't have it on the lead guitar at all because the lead guitar goes to the big reverb. So there we go. And when we're at it, tambourine. I can fill up some of this bass in this verb. And I feel like chimey guitar. Just a little bit less of chimey guitar. And now if we go back to what this sound is, yeah, that's the idea. And this is nice and full and beefy sounding without actually being loudinated. the idea. Let's check the same thing with the big one. Here's our big old reverb. This is purely our deep reverb, and we're trying to make it deeper. Ooh, I don't think I've tried compressing that one. Let's try compressing this reverb. What can we make happen here? First of all, range full on fire. Let's not mess with anything else. Okay, it's doing a little different. We've got it sort of volume popping a little bit. So we have absolutely just peeking through a little bit. See, this is me trying to figure out how to make this work. So let's see. The compression is acting challenging. However, I should be able to make it settle down using ratio. Ratio of 0 is essentially straight through again. So here's our full ratio. that should become the same, and it is. So how do we get this to compress just a little bit in a useful way? Feel like more attack, slow release. I don't want to chop in and out the way that it's doing. Also, what am I doing having so much synth bass going into this? That's not right. There, that's a better balance. I can still hear the synth bass on the low, but I am still noticing that this compressor isn't that happy with the intensity of. I mean, it would help if I selected that, and then so what we have now is this reverb, which is very sustaining and stuff, but it's cutting in and out a little bit, which I believe is what I would like to see it do. I think. You hear the way the reverb is cutting in and out because of the compression? That might work. The overall picture. Just a little bit more air peeking through. And I think a little lift on these claps. Neat. As we return to the beginning, we're going to go back to reset because I'm curious to see where this goes. And I'm going to do another spot check upstairs. Which is going to act like this. Alrighty, hello again. So there's supposed to be more space in the mix up here. This is not the end chorus where everything is going crazy, so they're supposed to be a little more spacious. Pretty happy with the heaviness of that bass. I wonder if there's anything that I can do to tighten the wall of everything coming back in there. Also, I still have my snare. It seems like it doesn't need to be quite that loud or that hyped. The whole thing has ended up sounding a little bit more mechanical than it needs to be. Maybe I could do with having a little bit of the deep reverb on that synthesizer lead. And the deep reverb could be bigger again. I put compression on it and it's doing its job, but now that it's got that compression and it's like cutting back a little bit, it's simply not showing up the way that it was. So yeah, now everything's a little bit too dry. So a little more of the deep reverb. Synthesizer into the deep reverb, just a bit. And that deep reverb needs to come up some. And maybe a little less of that Zoxbox low end. I can fix that. I'm working. I lost track. Let's reset. So here's how we start. Okay, we kick in with a nice solid bass hit. That goes neatly into exactly clipping. So a little spike to start everything off. Oh, and you're not getting the... Let's start that over. I know you weren't hearing and seeing me, but now you can hear and see everything. In fact, here, go ahead and hear just the output of the mix. Alrighty, so that ought to do it pretty good. I'm going to give you a moment of less noise, and give me a second while I go and make another cup of espresso, because it's 2 o'clock and that's about as late as I should be doing that. Back in a moment. I have grounded. Alrighty. I am back. So let's see whether there's any further tweaks we can do to all of this. Seeing as, oh, you're going to test with the now clearly sonically flawed but beautiful, well, that's always good, 1991 Skinny Puppy. 1990. Fair. Fair. So in getting back to this, something that we can totally do, I wonder whether I can tweak it with regards to the console bus. Because see, I've got all the same controls on bus, and I've got everything sitting about where I need to. Like you can see the end of this, it got up to a total of AC, and in the beginning and the end there's high frequency information constantly taking up the space. It makes a noise like this. Or it will when it starts. I'm going to turn the speakers down to very quiet. It'll make the sound going through the string better. And this is also a time for me to sort of focus on it. Oh, and I need to make this bit actually play, so the way I'm currently using Airwindows Meter is it doesn't actually stop running. There could be an update for that. I've been asked, can I please pause it? And I'm currently having to pause it by bypassing it. But I wouldn't mind having it follow the playhead, at least in terms of when you're playing it goes and when you're not playing it halts. I wouldn't mind that, I just haven't successfully done it yet. So I've got a balance with this that's working out very well. Right now we've got pressure, various sound at the moment. All this area where loud sounds are not showing up in blue, they are darker than they need to be. Volume here. So that happened. Loudness a hair quieter. You can probably pull some of the bass out too. And then just for good measure, tiny little bit of this low pass, which is going to be an aliasing reduction tool. And then the whole thing feels a little bit less full of sound than it might otherwise do, so I feel like both of the reverbs could go a little bit longer. Then that time. So here's the thing, every time I have those red lines, that means my drums are hitting so hard that they're clipping. And I don't technically need them to be clipping, so it might be time to go in and have a look at that. For sort of final polish. We can get back into here. I wonder whether SynKick is doing anything useful. Doesn't seem to be clipping, but Other than the high percussion, which is still filling up the space thoroughly. So I no longer have regular clips up here. I win. We're done. The track made it to AA at the last possible moment. That's how to make a point. I'm still wondering whether there's a way to make that middle section do better, because like what this information is telling me is that as we go into the final solo here, that's working correctly. The amount of energy that is finally gained is effective, and it's doing its job and getting through to the end the way it's supposed to. However, I wonder whether I can't have that middle section perk up a little more than it currently is. I'll show you what I mean. now is doing fine. It actually only works when in the context of the other instruments, but that's not wrong. Each instrument doesn't need to do the job all by itself. My concern is that this synthesizer lead, that's not enough. We simply need to revisit it. Give it enough of a boost there, like here's a nice little treble boost. So that needs to be able to do those little lights for the sky there, going green color, or indeed blue. And I guess it's simply a matter of that high frequency boost that I've just added that'll do the job for it. I'm not going to get this right. It did not actually have AA, although it's still doing the same basically right thing. I do have a little more synthesizer lead. Which is supposed to be able to peek through. Down by about a dB. Yeah, I'm using the same RMS window every time. That doesn't change because otherwise it would throw off all my calculations. So the bit I'm interested in looking at is in here. So here's my syn lead channel. I've just added a bunch of treble to it. So I'm going to see what it does these little upticks in the line going here. I wanted to be able to carry this not as a line that just sits there, but it needs to be rising. But when I was doing it, I had it like steadily rising, but then at the very end, there are moments when it goes into harsh distortion. I'm not sure I want that part. Let's see if I take the cover back just a hair. Okay, that's nasty clipping, but it's inside the RMS level. That's probably cool. I think I'm probably going to be okay with that. It's a contrast, you see. Start it over. So there are several things going on here as far as what I'm doing with this. Among them, I'm running this rather gritty synth lead and a bunch of very gritty and intense guitars. They're all meant to come across as super duper loud and go to a final outburst that is extremely, extremely loud. The way that works is it's going through parallel compressors, and all the parametric stuff is running outside the compressor, and that's what's causing the synth lead to be able to wildly distort the output. Like it's blasting right through everything real aggressively this way. Letting it peek through the parametric EQ like that with such loud peaks is to make this middle part ramp up more rather than just sit around being a black line and not going anywhere. There needs to be these little bursts where something's happening that jumps out. And then as it continues to go, this part of the middle, having gotten to this point, the energy needs to keep rising. The way it's going to go about doing that is by that synthesizer lead having more energy. Although I can also throw a little more in the way of drums. There is that loud bit again, but this time it didn't actually go equipment. So at this point I'm basically confident with what the end bit does. So we're going to bounce right back to the beginning again. I've turned it down and I feel like this part could be louder now. Have the trebles not cut away from it quite as much. See, as the initial hit, we have a little clip right up front, even though the body of the sound is 12-18 dB down still. But that's called using the crest factor fully, and we notice that we've got lots of stuff happening all under here. right through everything else. I'm not aware of anybody else doing this, but I sure am. And it will do very useful things. It's forward. So here is where we get back to prepare for takeoff. I'm probably going to let it play all the way through because I feel like the rest of it is doing its job at this point. Up the guitar entry. Just a brief little bit of where it sort of really, the end of it takes a head off just for an instant. But it's not so loud that it's louder than this line. It's in the middle of the section where nothing else is happening. You have that little burst of high frequency spray, and it's not too obnoxious because it doesn't happen. It's just a little spice, just a little pepper. I'm gonna call that just about perfect. Cool. And you'll notice that the high frequencies, as the energy falls away, are still filling up this entire area. Like basically the sound is being filled with glitter as the loudness goes away. You have little peaks of some of the sonorous sounds just showing through, but mostly it's mellow with some high frequency glitter added. I feel like that's going to work. We have a nice big scale to everything. Maybe that's going to be just fine. I had been intending to go and fix the other reverbs and go and do the new reverbs I'm working on, but I might have just made this one work with only crunch coat, which is funny as anything, but who's to say whether I'll be able to dial it in as well as this with other verbs? Not that I don't want to still do the other verbs, mind you. In fact, that might be a good way to finish up the day. Because having gotten this song to this stage where it's doing the things I wanted to, where it is taking that synthesizer lead solo, first being chill, then doing a rise in energy that goes firmly into that the green line territory. And then when it switches over to the guitar solo, it goes straight into blue line territory and blasts all the way up to AA and reaches it exactly at the end, just as Muttlands would have you do. That should slap. I would sincerely hope that this tune is able to slap. We can but try. Do my best with it. Let's export this sucker and also see how it measures, because Reaper will let you measure some of those things. Let's render it and then we'll be done with Reaper for the day. Maybe I'll set up some of the reverbs and then I can do a different song mix on Thursday. Render to Cliff Diver Fleck. Render one file. Seems good. Okay. All this looks basically fine. FLAC encoding depth, data compression, this doesn't actually matter terribly much. Usually I use the most compression I can get, but we're fine. It's cool. Render one file. And away we go. And I get to see what LUFS I've got. Our true peak is minus 0.3, which seems good. Even through that clippy bit, there's no true peak clips. LUFS integrated is minus 14, which I think works pretty well for streaming services and stuff. And so I'm going to say that is, I don't remember what LRA means, mind you. And I believe I can open render statistics charts. So here's how we do. This is the overall render statistics for LUFS, and LUFSI is sort of this limit. This is the overall average. LUFS, the most closely measured, I hit a minus 8.89 at the most intense peak, of which I'm not exactly sure what that noise is, but on the whole, this appears to be an advised realm. Like, I'm pretty sure the way they've got this drawn, the idea is you're supposed to be within this green zone, and look at how closely I go to the green zone, and just go barely above it just at the last possible moment, and then average it out with some quieter bits to balance it. On the whole, this is ConsoleX is doing a very good job of, oh, and look, we've got peak readings as well, and the peak readings are generally like right up there, as they should. Look, even at this quietest section, my peak is minus 5. I'm not sure whether it can show me these faint little lines up there. Seems legit. So with this, I can firstly hit save. I think it would be advisable for me to hit save. And here's a new single. That's what it looks like in a audio editor. That's what it looks like fading out. I should be able to make this into a cheeky little music video and put it out perhaps even this week. I just have to put some video footage over it, and that'll be great fun. Put it out quite quickly, just as a, oh, so you say I can't make a hit record? Well, check this out. I want to see what that loud synth part looks like. There it is. So here's where the synth gets really loud, really, really, really loud. So that is a loud mid-range peak. That just really grabs your ear. Gotta turn it back up again. And for dramatic moments, that does pretty well as far as the synth going into a resonant peak. Very loud little bit right there. And yet it's not doing a true peak. And that's why you have dynamics, is to allow for stuff to jump out of the mix like that. That's going to jump out of a phone like crazy. But it doesn't happen for very long. It gives way to the guitar stuff. And listen to on big speakers, we've still got low frequencies and subs and things happening there. So, and at the very end, we have kind of everything happening at once. What can I do to measure with this, I wonder? Analyze. So my peak amplitudes are minus 0.4 dB. The true peak is only minus 0.35, so it's safe for true peaks, which is not surprising. My stuff usually is. LUFS is minus 14 globally. Each channel is only minus 17 LUFS. Minimum RMS is basically silent, so not worry about that. And maximum RMS is only minus 12. But you'll notice it still goes really, really loud when it has to, which I think is a good example of what you can do doing this stuff properly and using Airwindows Meter as your guide. So let's quickly do a little save. And I feel like maybe I'm going to let's unwind with a little simple program coding. We've done a whole bunch of mixing and I feel it's gone well. So we can follow that up. Having successfully done this. And yeah, I'll be making a video for it, never you fear. I'm quite looking forward to that. I have done some things to set me up for being ready to do that. That said, I don't want all of my sounds to be like cursed digital 80s reverb. I'd like to be able to do some other stuff that wasn't cursed 80s reverb, even if that worked perfectly well for this one. And even if I've dialed it in so close that I don't really feel like changing that, I feel like I got that one working and I don't want to mess with it at this point. It's like, let's not do that over. That one's cool. I've got plenty of other things that I could mix. We can have that one just be the world of crunch code, because that's one of my modern reverbs. We can absolutely stick with just that. And that said, I can switch off this camera now. Which is also going to be helpful because this is, I'm not feeling it in here, but it's another 100-degree day out there. So having fewer things burning electricity up in my upstairs corridor, as useful as it was, I'll be very interested to see whether the ATEM behaved itself. I would like to get it so that it remembers its settings, which it wasn't actually doing, and I'm not very happy with that, but I'll figure it out at some point. But Give me a second and I will switch over. Without any additional coffee drinking, I will say. The mixing was so exciting, I didn't even need to drink that much coffee. I was cranking away doing all manner of stuff without even making more coffee. But we've got some things that need to be made into VSTs and brought up to current speed. So I got a little busy work, having had the excitingness of doing a mixing day. I'm looking forward to doing some more of those. That went well. I'm pleased with how that went. I've also got a series of bug fixes and things I need to look into. Notably, I keep being asked about bass amp, and although that's not something that I currently use, if I can figure out what's causing a problem with it, I would like to go back and fix it. You know, in my copious free time, as they say. So this is a set of current things. You may notice one that you've never seen before. And I'm not actually piping this through the main speakers, although I could. Why don't I? See no reason why I shouldn't. There we go. There we go. So if I'm not mistaken, we have just made this play over the main speakers. So when I say there are some new things, as you know, we have cream coat. That'll do a better job of crunch coat at sounding actually plausible. Crunch coat does a different thing. So if I was using crunch coat for that stuff, it would have been lusher, but maybe not do quite the same as what I got out of the crunch coat for that particular mix. We'll see. All the mixes will end up sounding differently. And I've got a new K Cathedral. So here's the new K Cathedral. And we can make it be much bigger. And we also have discontinuity built into it. My hope is that I can map the discontinuity to console and then also have it affect a reverb if the reverb is present. I'll see whether I can make that work, because I'm pretty sure I can have this stuff work when the channel is selected, so you should be able to manipulate the discontinuity that's built into the console channel and have it also manipulate this built into the feedback path of the reverb. And I think that'll help a great deal. Like, this is what it sounds like when you're saturating the reverb. And when we don't de-res it, it's the difference between this and this for quieter. So the louder saturates the feedback path in the regeneration of the reverb. And I think that has great possibilities for the realism of it when you dial it in just right. We've also got DRes 3. Didn't like that very much, did it? That's because res is set to almost nothing. So, or actually it is set to nothing. This is the same as crunch coat. And you can do low bit. And with this one, it doesn't click when you go to rate of 0 because it just drops it down to a low frequency that isn't actually 0. So that's DRes 3 for you. And then the one you haven't seen before, and I've done K-Plate 140 and K-Plate 240 as well, is this one. This is called K-Guitar Hall. The idea is that this one should work for like the stuff that I was doing in the mix for Cliff Diver. But it lets you kind of saturate the air with incredibly loud sonorous sound. This should show up really well on Meter. I think this is the kind of sound, actually I can test that, can't I? We can find out real fast whether that's true. Or actually, no, wait, we can't, can we? Because I'm not running Meter on this antique computer, never mind. Point being that K-Guitar Hall is designed to get the most out of some of these sounds. And the top dB is in the regeneration path again. And you have DRes, so we can make it unreasonably huge. And you get to turn regen up real high. So the idea is it should work as a good sort of loud guitar and loud things reverb. And if you have it set so that it's supposed to be really loud at full regen, but if you have it set to really quiet in the same setting, it hangs in there slightly differently. But this is not a sound meant for infinite reverb. It's supposed to fill in the gap with guitar sounds. To add size to them. And then when you dial in the top dB, you start getting more into that zone where the guitar sounds like it has a high volume body behind it rather than just being dry. Like, we'll give it a little more of that. Bypasses this. So it's supposed to sound like it can reinforce loud noises, and it should work for other loud noises as well, like the top end on that synthesizer lead that I was using should also work for this, although I'd probably spend about an hour gradually working it into a mix. I can't just swap this out for the reverbs I was using in that mix and have it work. But it should be possible to construct a mix around stuff like this and have that work. In particular, the big dirt guitar that I had in there would work really well with this reverb. So, on that note, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, I'm going to get my taco stuff ready for dinner. I feel that what with making the mix down for Cliff Diver and getting it to the point that I've gotten it, I'm happy with that. And so I will enjoy my tacos this evening, knowing that I have done a good mix, which I'm pretty sure is going to come off as a good mix. But I also need to make 6 VST plugins so that I can put all of these out and add them to my list of plenty of other things I have to put out. Now that I've put out Meter, and it's time to return to the actual plugin making. So these go into the Make EU setting, and then I need to make one of these and copy it 5 times. Because this will become the VST versions of these plugins. And once I've done that, I can do the Windows and Linux and Raspberry Pi versions of them all. I'm honestly not sure what Raspberry Pi is going to make of like the retro version, because like the thing that I was just using for those mixes sonically is going to be the same as the final output. I feel like that is enough of a proof of concept that it's basically ready to go, that I won't need to do anything much else to it. I do need to do all the GUI stuff, because that needs to be a workflow that looks kind of like that, or indeed, oh, I can't show it to you, sorry. I have that picture of the layout of the ConsoleX hardware controller that Yeltex is making for me. In fact, once they've made it for me, I'm going to make the design available, so if anybody else has that kind of money kicking around and is willing to commit to a ConsoleX workflow, you also can buy that from Yeltex. I don't think I'm going to be able to give you a discount or anything, not without like paying for it myself, which I don't think that's something that I can do. But I can make the design available, so you can have one of those things built the same way that mine was, because I designed the layout of everything. But one thing at a time. he says. I never do one thing at a time. What am I talking about? The next thing that I'm here to do is the VST versions of these, and so let's do that part. Trying to figure out how I can be appropriately on screen for this camera. The K-Plate 140 and possibly to some extent 240 also should be useful for stuff like that. I could have used K-Plate 140 for all the stuff that I was using Crunch Code for. I just haven't built it yet. All this stuff is kind of waiting on me building the rest of it together. And I'm the one that has to do it. Nobody else is here to do this for me. However, having the luxury of being the one to build all of that is kind of nice. I like being able to have that going on. Knowing that I can put this stuff out, I have the support of my patrons, meaning that I'm still here, still able to focus on it and spend all of my time, both my stream time and also a lot of my free time is spent doing this. And part of that is simply because when I do have free time and I want to just spend it, I'm doing things like playing with my modular synth or whatever, or recording tracks like that one that you just heard. That's the stuff that I like. Turning it into work means other things. And let's see, so where are we at? Text Wrangler, multi-file search. Here's how I do this part. I gotta go find the folders that I just made. See where it says gain? I'm changing the word gain in a bunch of source files into the word cream coat because that's part of my process. And it'll say 2, 26, 7, and 6 in various places. And then same deal for all the other ones. The part that's kind of tiresome is that I do have to do this perfectly without a single mistake, or I'll just waste time not being able to make things work later. So here's the K-Plate 140 folder. I've got that spelled correctly. And same deal with that one. Then I got to rename everything. 240. This is how I go about building all the stuff that I was using in that mix. It's all me doing all these bits. Wealthy people hire some of these things out, and if I was able to hire things out, let's see now. What have I selected the wrong? I think I have. Yeah. I want to select not this within this folder, but only this folder. There we go. Now if I do this, it'll probably work fine. See, there I go, making a simple mistake again. But I got through it. Next, DRES3. This one should be great fun because this would be a way of doing the meter thing in like a genre like hip hop, where I could take just about anything really, whatever I have available, and start turning it into like your Paul's Boutique kind of sounds by applying this appropriately so that it does the right things in meter, but then also automating it so it does crazy things too. That would be great fun. But if I just hit this now, it'll try to find gain in K-plate 240 and it doesn't exist anymore. So I have to go and select this part now. There. And now that stuff matches and we're ready to do those replaces. I'm probably going to be able to focus a little better going forwards, because one of the things that was catching up with me prior to Meter coming out was that I was getting anxious knowing that I was going to get flack and there was going to be trouble. Because anytime you do anything that's worth attention, if it's something that's actually good, there's also going to be trouble. There's no way around that. That is just how things work. I was actually telling Suadara that this morning. It was on Discord. Now that I'm streaming this, I can fire up the Discord and see whether he's got anything else to say or anything else is happening. But, you know, I was talking to people in a hangout. I've got a couple of, oh, leave me alone, Discord. It's offering me new things. Sudara says, I'm doing too many things with zooming and scaling. Brain is broken. I know the feeling, Sudara. I know the feeling. But yeah, the thing that I said to Sudara this morning was, you know, we were talking about his new plugin coming out, much like Meter came out. Let me continue doing this while I talk. Have I replaced all? Yes, I have. So on to K Guitar Hall, and then I'm finished with this part. I'm quite looking forward to K Guitar Hall. Not everything can be a giant reverby cathedral space. Sometimes you need more confined halls. And I think this will do a great, great, great job at that. I specifically designed it in the hopes of making it work super well in this context. And the next stuff that I'm going to remix is going to be more suited to it, so that'll be good. Looking forward to that bit. But let's see. So there we go, K Guitar Hall. It's beyond. K Cathedral is the one where I specifically tried to voice it for Bracasti inspired. I can still go in and do more of those. But K Guitar Hall is Meter inspired. It's Airwindows inspired. But you still get K Cathedral 3, and I can still return to the Bracasti well for things like that. Now I've got some stuff to do in here, so let's do these one at a time after opening them all at once. These all need renamed. Yeah, no, I'm still interested in diving into the Bracasti well, seeing what I can do voicing things correctly. But the thing that I was saying to Suadara, I was saying that I'm going to do mixing, which indeed I did. I think that worked out really well, although I'm curious as to whether the audio of that upstairs hallway stuff worked as well as I would have liked, but we can but try. I fooled with the settings in my camera switcher to try to boost the levels of that as hard as I could. And that was the best that I could do. Although I think there's still ways that I could boost it even more. But yeah, I said, always when you do something that's a big enough deal, you only know if it works if the haters come out. Otherwise, you did something too boring. For this one, I got a lot of ribbing, some sass, and a whole bunch of appreciation, so I think Meter is a keeper, which I do. I think that the fact that it made some people mad and people felt the need to come out of the woodwork and make fun of me for it is a good sign. So Sudara said he was bracing for a Sign Machine hate. Sign Machine is the name of his new plugin. And and because it bucks the trend of a does everything synth and doesn't have like a mod matrix or even individually controllable LFOs. And I was like, but he likes the idea of considering himself lucky if he gets any sign machine hate reinterpretation as a positive signal. To which I said, you know, I am as always eager to see it coming out, which I am. Buy one, play with it on stream, which I will. Sudar is a part of the Airwindows community for the help you've given, which is super correct. Like, we would not have Meter, much less the upcoming ConsoleX, if not for Sudara. Lots of the GUI stuff, the way that I make the meter and stuff do all of its things, is in fact mine, but I wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for what Sudara brought with the Pample Juice scenario, all of that. But then I added about the interpreting hate for Sudara's sign machine as a positive signal. I'm like, damn right it is. I'm not joking in the least. You want to have the right proportion of haters and handle them gracefully, but without redesigning everything to appease them. You can look at my handling of meter for pointers. I've done it as well as I can. Never backing down, but being graceful, rolling with ribbing, not taking myself too seriously, or getting mad, but yeah, I'm serious. I mean it. Here's some clarification. I do in fact mean that meter does the things that I said it does. And yeah, that's how you do. It's not about avoiding criticism. It's not about avoiding the haters. It's about doing your thing as hard as you can, knowing that if you successfully do it, that will bring out haters, because there's always going to be something. There's always going to be somebody who legit wants the polar opposite of whatever you're doing, no matter what it is. No matter what it is. If you do anything to a high enough level of quality, there's going to be somebody who is made mad by that. Oop, hang on, I have made a mistake. I used to do that. And it's important to know that. It's important to remember that part. I'm going to peek into some of my Discord stuff as long as I have that open. I don't think there's too much new things happening. I'm just beginning to unwind from Mix Zone. You know, what would really be exciting, I could see having this be a direction that I go, is if I could end up doing mixes for people on stream. It doesn't have to be only my stuff. I feel if I was able to do that with what I had to work with, I can do that for other people as well. Everybody's always griping about my music and having it be weird. And indeed, like, that was a odd time signature, singular kind of thing that isn't for all audiences. I feel I could do the same thing for any number of different genres and sounds and stuff. I could mix for people quite easily. And I could start off by mixing for just patrons or whatever. Or, you know, mixing for money like people do. He says as he patiently steps through the process of making some of these plugins that are going to be further mixing tools for me. But you never can tell what ends up happening. Like, granted, I'm going to be starting off by mixing a bunch of my own tracks, specifically because I need them mixed. I need to get this stuff done so that I can put out another album on Bandcamp with stuff like what you just heard earlier today. And some of these plugins and things are made for the purpose of, well, no, I don't mind whether it's ridiculous or not. It is a fact. And I'll tell you why, and why it's important that you should be seeing people complain, at least if they're exposed to it, is anything that is too bland isn't going to be enough of itself to get enough attention. Like there is a saying in politics circles, or at least the ones I know about, 27% of people are just straight up crazy. And that is from whatever direction you want to look at. And you could say, oh no, it's politics, so 50% of people are crazy, mad and crazy. But no, in fact, it is more that it comes from an old political race back when Barack